Is everything okay? What, what happened? What happened? What do you mean you don't mind? Are you at the police station? So they just let you go? Can he take you to the homeless shelter? How are things with your mom? Does she send them to you? Does she send you videos? Well, she's not allowed to communicate with you. You can't blame her for that.
The Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas, things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to fly various trips. A lot more to say about this, and of course, we will get very significantly with history right in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Promise of Rebellion in 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Privilege, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So it was a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north of Eastern the height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the various references. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, rather amazing. We spoke about the arrangements of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up everything from wayfarer support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish government within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in the world at the time. It's really a rather amazing paper. By the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well in the future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the monarchy of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that would be a topic on the future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did subscribe, I'd like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lesson. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Aharon, sometimes spelled Achron. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors, known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones we spoke about in our previous class. So let's go in and try to understand what exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in the previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. You read that at the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer the population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, this is a picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Sisyphean classic, which had a big influence on me. Really, I was when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that has ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then. As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that we become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with defining generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not be certain here. But, basically, much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations that are being a more update grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, we are living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because there was this one extra, and so on. This is not the place to have discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in this Bible. Then you have, like, summarizing the major levels, there's Babylonian exile, which represents a step down, but nonetheless still living in the temple era, second temple era, of course. And then you have the Tanaim, where the scholars associated with the Mishnah. This goes right up into the third century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishon, the first ones, and they represent such a significant shift in the types of things they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. Acharonim are the scholars that after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really create a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are they? What exactly do they do that's different from the Mishnah? So, the characteristics of the acronym, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I sort of think to myself about its light study, the writings of acronyms, studies of writings that we've shown it. And I can say three things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries. Rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they are widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. And that's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else is in on this topic and what do they say? That's the kind of thing that academics tend to do much more so in my humble opinion than Mishnah. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in rabbinic Hebrew, non-rabbinic Hebrew, but the vast majority of writing in rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, which is a traditional Iranian style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Zohar, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, like all of a sudden we went so fast. You're reading so much more text so much more mileage, the language is just kind of like a breath of fresh air. And the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text is so much. And just to pause and kind of contemplate what it means for possible activities. Whereas in the right Aharon tends to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more longer, take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. They still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theories. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that situation. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with Aharon. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the Rishonim and the two Rishonim. This is, of course, none other than Maran Ben Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He's a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is kind of respect, like our Rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran State per se? Also, by the way, he's known as Hamechada, the awesome. That's what to say. This is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not Shulchan Aruch. In fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly his incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Torah. And what he does with the Torah is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources. Once again, using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Torah. Now, amazingly, he went and wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides and Mishnah Torah. And when he finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text he studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Essentially, study the entire Shulchan Aruch every month. But that's really what he did. He's kind of like a short form. It's a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put in some of his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch by the same authors. It's in the initial book of the period of the Aharon. He also had a fantastic, amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population, among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe and Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which again I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating thing. So that's sort of like what the Aharon are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries that we have been thinking about Aharon and writing on Aharon. Is there something new? Are we in a post Acharon period. So there are definitely Acharonis who are still alive and well and working with the time. Ezdi is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonis. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our bills up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halakha, which is where Jewish law, where the Acharon tends to be concentrated most, it's an interesting phenomenon of hyper specialization, partially assisted by technology. Because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about what these things are about. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Hanukkah and the labra and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known as ganiyot. So in Israel and Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of ganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard. I don't even hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Aharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek Asufgani, the book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads, it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharon, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. What are we like? I don't know how long this will last. There's some great thing on the horizon, but anyway, I hope you found this useful. If you did, please consider subscribing and getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, welcome to the Jewish History Lesson. And following up on the discussion I had to look at Jewish history that I find I've experienced in Jewish history absolutely fascinating. And that is the Orthodox age, spiritual, ignorant, religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, running from the spot, historic spots. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1600s with Spanish expulsion. In fact, I believe it was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the thinkers that lived there and why this was so important. As we have seen on many different occasions, the Rothschild and early Jewish history of Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese persecution and spirit of nation and the West from Portugal created this ripple effect, which is the implications of that viewpoint incorporated throughout the entire world. It's not only that it's taking place in Europe, but also across the continent. One particular group of refugees that virtually made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is a fairly logical relation, but we should recall that Israel is still largely concluded what Jews were very, very small countries of population. The Ramban Maimonides had arrived in the late 13th century and Egypt, who revived a very great time that was there. And so there was the Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated with the big city of Jerusalem, kind of major centers after the Ramban revive the population. Much less well known as this tiny town. It's a fairly high inhabitants town, beautiful surroundings, looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire. Beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to develop it. The Ottomans Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and Portugal, and in fact, even lost the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up the Western side that the Ottomans felt was such a valuable for reasons. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel. In particular, the spot connected with the textile trade. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Spot for business purposes. And related to that, there's a sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Spot because of the large number of graves from the Messiah, especially the early copies of the Catholic regions, and attracted a lot of Jewish missionaries. So this is in the 1500s. There was more and more Jews were coming to Spot, becoming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they were displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also for spiritual reasons. It is in this region where we have these exploration images of Kabbalah. And just to be honest, talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means translated as tradition. Literally comes from the word Kabbalah, teaches. So something which is in general teacher, student, teacher, something which is received as a belief, something like logic and development. Kabbalah says that because in the past there were some single passages very artists not scriptures that are some fascinating the Kabbalistic mystical traditions that were written already in the ancient period some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, the community that see region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century. I think that is so hard is the Kabbalah capitalizing on earlier works. And there is not a dispute, particularly between sort of religious scholars and sort of academic scholars debating on this stuff. It is a tribute to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which was done already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century. It's supposed in Spain, Guatemala, some of them show. There are some interesting arguments from both perspectives, but what is more certain is that it's so hard to not circulate fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and still Boston in particular, some France, developed Judaism, and elements that derive from it more systematically is clear right or style with black and short inspired by the model described by the Zohar, which essentially describes each type's tendency to work. Zirah is part of the translator's condition. It conveys creative sacrifice, like set fire, but somehow with spear. So basically, what it refers to is some affirmations or strategies, discussing as it were, flags, so God, finite different ways in which couples have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's affinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to each other. The craft, something wisdom, standard, but basically, Kabbalist works very well to how this structure is control that focus on it. To a certain degree, Kabbalists would also in what's called spiritual Kabbalah. That is that once we have this theoretical knowledge, we say something we can do for something. For example, and we have the Messiah process and we accelerate the period of time into which we will live and continue. They're also fascinating how the popular magic systems about that spells and the background. Feel like I think a representation of this kind of architecture of the universe, for example, this is a classic Cordovera description of it, and all of those fields are kind of a necessary one together. If you compare each of the colors, symbols represent different letters of the alphabet that is represented as the letter. But we're not going to get into
What's going on? What happened? Didn't get your You should do that. Don't lie. Drop the pin. Call 311. Get it right. Okay, that's fine. They can help you with that. They can get you in touch. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. They can. They can get you in touch with a social worker. The social worker can give you a pass so that you don't have to pay to get an ID. You can get an ID, and then you can give a life away. I'm not sure why it does, but it does. And you need to get your life in order. So the first thing you need to do is drop a pin, find out your location, then you get 311 to come pick you up. If you don't homeless shelter, the homeless shelter you need to say social worker and use that opportunity. You get one tomorrow. You see the social worker. You say, "Well, I don't have an ID. Let me finish. I don't have an ID. I need one. Can you please give me a voucher so that I can go to the DMV and get an ID without any money."
Okay, so let me tell you what I don't have the mental, physical, or spiritual fucking energy to do. Fucking take my ass out of us to go get a fucking ID myself, by myself, with nobody to fucking walk with me. I can't do that. It's not possible. I need a fucking caretaker. What? What kind of idea for somebody who's capable? That's the word.
It's the summertime. You're able to walk. You can walk to the DMV if you need a bus. But you can get bus tokens from the social worker too.
You're right, I can, but you know what? I think that this is what I just want to decide that what I just stated diagnosed with what I need. It doesn't matter what time of day it is, it doesn't matter where I'm at, and if I have to get there, I'm going to walk anywhere fucking below. I just went to this shit 2 times in 1 year, and how many times in one lifetime? That's not, what the fuck, that's not right. Okay? That's not listening. Those are nice ideas, so we'll find out when I know. The fucking place on a paper doesn't even have a fucking phone number. You're looking at this one star, and you're gonna tell me that I'm about to get what I need from them? No, I'm not.
Yes.
I mean, I'm really rich, but I'm about to get shoved into some fucking bullshit, and then I'm gonna fucking keep crying about it every day.
That's fine for you to support you in any way I can. What you should do is recognize you already recognize that your job and I can't get a job without an ID. Okay, so how do we get you an ID? You go, you grab a pin, call 311, you get a ride to the homeless shelter. The homeless shelter, you spend the night there, you get some good food to eat, you get some rest as best as you can, and then in the morning you get a social worker. You say to the social worker, I need bus tokens, and then you get a voucher for an ID. And you can have an ID by this time tomorrow. Yes, you can. You just need to get a copy of a replacement one. They don't have to go through all of the rigmarole to give you a brand new ID. You're establishing a system. Hey, that's why you can go to the DMV or to the homeless shelter. They can get you in touch with the social worker. The social workers can get you in touch with bus tokens and a voucher for a no-cost ID. You go to the DMV, you give them the voucher, and they can give you a new ID without any money, and it won't be expired anymore. And then you can get it. You're bilingual. You're an attractive person. What do you mean you're not? You're bilingual.
Not good for the fucking area that we're
Well, good enough. And it's not okay. Nevertheless, you can show them that you're a hard worker and that if you're just given a chance, you will do a good job. Frankly, what you really need, and I mean this, is you need to talk to and I mean this, talk to a social worker about getting permanent disability because you have some mental.
my fucking kids for the second time. I didn't talk to anybody about it. Thank you. You're right. I should have killed him when I first met. And it's not a real thing. That's that shit.
I know it takes
Yes, I will get it right there. And I will add that to the fucking case. And it's a huge there. It's that is where I really we should always find the same good structure in there.
I understand. Thank you. I understand that. And I know it's really difficult to get disability. But if anybody needs it here, and you should know that when you get it, It's a GNR.
Very interesting. It's all gay here on Twitter, but I have to people becoming cut off my shit. I wish you don't be shit. I wish you totally operate on this department. But this is about the trust too. So, I need the same thing that everybody else needs. But for some reason, it's really hard for me to get it. Why is that? Not because I'm gonna fuck around. I'll tell you that much. I'm not interested. You want to fucking participate in a fucking job. Thank you.
Either one. But here's the thing. Even if you get a job, you aren't mentally stable enough sometimes to be able to hold on.
Well, I'm actually mentally stable enough to have this experience because I don't want to be back to my work right for the next my own thing. That's my kind of goal.
Will they get one?
I don't know, thanks so much for your help.
Let me know. I don't. Did you say let me know if you're pregnant?
No, we already know that this is but I said that I like already checked places.
No, not even that. Not even that. I get that. I get that. That's something you check there. But if you go with the social worker, if you get with the social worker, they have programs in which you can be placed to be able to start working quicker.
Wait, you just ate like food and you're coming in here at 11 or 5.
Why do you prefer to him like that? Why don't you come by his name? Why do you say the N-word? Yes, that's his name. Okay, but I mean, don't you call people by their names in your life? I don't know, and I don't think that's nice that somebody calls you that. You could say to the person, I'm going to call you by your name, that's your name, and
this people business for the teacher of Rothschild it was as he was built into the system that is a natural consequence of the way the spirit of is happening. Whereas for the IE, it was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which we term the Shkirata bursting of the vessels. But very briefly, when the universe came and was poured into these archways, the clay containers of the Spirot, and could not handle the overwhelming nature of us and its shadow. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of darkness and clay that's outside of the vessel. But basically, that's where this world comes from. That another thing that we have called this forest, or I guess when I say that, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow very good totality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is the shell that is formed from the visual vessels that contains from what the picture ideas that emerges from the ideas about like the IE, which really energize much of the way that you see it, we borrow much more heavily from the IE and teacher Revelation Cordero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of happiness that are very vivid. That is the goal of Jews in particular, and many as a whole, to raise up the holiness that is very good physicality, and that is to be the driving dynamism behind this particular related to the vision of fascinating material, all kinds of some of the other figures that are happening this time. But let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating figure, and that is the debate for the material and the thought. This image is from the movie that had a tremendous impact on the world about the Ten Commandments, which this is the picture of Joshua. Joshua, one of the pictures that I can find online, which is very interesting. Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy, and had a in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority to Joshua through a process which is Hebrew as fast or ordination, so it's translated in this particular means the laying on of hands. The hands for his head, which way on them, that's for your authority. A lot of interesting discussions of this one. Now, in ancient times, to spiritual relationship, Moses, Joshua, all of them said, the problem is not some ways reserves in the vessel and other ordinary relations of time, but it was lost as a result of the deprivations of exile from the ancient period up until 1500s, where they were to Israel. Visiting including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi who discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Yosef, he was instructed as well. So Rabbi Be'erav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument made for that. And then collectively, let's him, Rabbi, not in the sense of just a throwaway, but an actual why, really, Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him the best. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others, including Rabbi Zero, including Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, including Rabbi Yasser Be'erav. I know there's probably not that much there because he was incredibly young at his mind, but nevertheless, there's a small group of people, about half a dozen, that's good to get this mystery done. And Rabbi Rothschild said, and in some Jewish people, distinguish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It's a fascinating idea, maybe a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there are many models outside of strategies, particularly the great section. Unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this the idea did not get a good start. Nevertheless, was indicative of great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Sinai. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very good discussion. Lots of videos that deal in particular questions for the world and it's been relevant to discussing this work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It's really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I did. I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bohdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, very large loss of life and significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on this first population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Rabbi, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. And it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. And there they engaged in, some kind of not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and not certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular were trying to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malo-Russian, or little Russians, the younger brother, so to speak, of the older Russian nation. Although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this case that the uprising was emerged. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartlands in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they're concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows from Kiev in a sort of a kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhzhia Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its journalism, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for this reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators, or the arenda is essentially a type of tax farm. We've seen that before in medieval periods, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own a town, own the bread mill, own the bridges, own the orchards in the forest, all kinds of things, they would release the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, what we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year. Let's up it to 1,100 or 12, and the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes. Of course, let's not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more, the Jews have to go back and try to find ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, type of corvée, which was called Rothschild at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews were charged to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demand on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish Arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Dorati, the so-called Kretschmann, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is, conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. And also in this image, there is a Jewish klezmer on this. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews had been more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. So this man shown here, Bogdan Chmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents, or these agents. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Chmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on. even though they may not have been architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, in this particular period, the year 1648, 49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tafletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tafletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a sort of phenomenal violence and the gloves. They're really like kind of the archetypical gloves of Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan and Hannah, which is in Hebrew, Yevon Mesula, a quote from the book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in the translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Charles Stump, in particular, have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Nicola Hamon to the important commentator on the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly believed about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but it's certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emerging Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, it's not without reason because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 notes from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhalezhnost in the day, a monument to both Dr. Khmelnytsky and the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointed to the north, to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which play up the fact that Khmelnytsky is an ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather below-equipped statue, the original draft, actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web but in the original draft, this is a casting of it. Behind the hooves of Nowitzki's horse, there is a fallen pole and who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated if this draft would have been accepted for the final version that Nowitzki succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews have had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi, a very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity is felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that we pose conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi, what did he teach, and what actually happened to him and his followers. So let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's been much more ready communications. Print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jew enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, sort of contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on the screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. One would see this kind of pose with, blue hands or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, Napoleon, appeared like this, because many people weren't exactly sure what to think of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee these violence. We've seen an example of it in none other than journals of Nicola Hamilton in German territories, who writes about displaced population. It reminds me as well of the Holocaust experience. My own grandparents took in orphans from Holocaust displaced people, and one in particular was raised alongside my father. Brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of an era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways, an eager anticipation of a Messianic future. There's also, to this mix, the very heavy rock of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Slots, as we discussed in a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Ariza of Isaac Lurie, which really poses a kind of apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final repair of the broken universe that implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought on the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heavy apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when there are also reasons that the losses of the displaced populations of the members of value. And finally, it's important that we're not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. And in many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had in precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with gender, because books are a much more accessible way to information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to information than they might have had closed educational circles like this may be actually one of the areas of the Shepherds best felt with the greatest resonance or this controversial. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time doing his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study as an early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in two other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll, that's right, not to a university, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to Sarah, that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, which would have sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation, called these periods of illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God out loud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holy day here of Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude and silence and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his otherwise very genial nature decided to stand in his stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. And on occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza was shown here in this image, being shown the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to the Messianic era, which I'm going to see. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabbat's number one propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabbat was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabbat's mental health. It tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. Antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, almost law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the three pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week as they're spread out throughout the year. He regularly, as I mentioned, pronounced the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists. But people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws, in particular things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the ninth day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai also, by the way, claims to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting, certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer apply in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabbat's community with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Magnitsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai saw in Sarah his opportunities to get another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married the woman of Gil's repute, so he would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he was looking at Acts and strove to break down the locked doors of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying in Italy with them. And when he came in, he insisted on not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll, he actually was writing his friends to come up and Torah from the text. He invited women up for an aliyah, which is not common today in many unorthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was like lots of Kabbalistic information and coding while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath service. So in many ways he was like really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tendency, enamored him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of beauty from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seems to have had a significant impact later through the Francis movement in particular, perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printing book, very open to ideas of technologies and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic. So what ended up happening to the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in German that gives you a little sense of what happened. In 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously, he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself Messiah and demanding a base on the territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was interested at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove. And his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counter offer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period. But some accounts indicate that he approached this counter offer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the good men. They really right up to the 20th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion and science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Amidala. You can see she's got exactly the same hairstyle. Just at any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away. Eventually, ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers now, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and engage in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabbatai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see the Dunna actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey, where it's the implementation of the mosque building in Greece by Dunna. He also had a significant impact on the later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonatan Ivasher, shown here, the great Ramchal, the Moshe author of the Stoic Shach, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of the great followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them interesting. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you can get a sense of how well you absorb the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more details. What areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so you'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Syrian exile of the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I'd love to have you in this course. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. Which I live in a time when people still use words like mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself likes to use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origins. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back was to two Jewish sponsors, Luis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his group, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, the Europeans that had setting foot on the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of New York. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarney, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the prolific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holding in what would later become Brazil. The region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constituted 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidic, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews from other places that throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews, Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659. And also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of the Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauss, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't make much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not host on for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine, landing in New York City Harbor in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So a small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? So I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps it was maybe store some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. The son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church. He was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, and he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have it. Ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. That the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and Amsterdam formally became. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. So in the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world in a couple centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here they are in New York, of course, which we discussed. Also, Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia, in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derived more from Ashkenazic lands, kind of like the traditions-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community, there were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces, centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the form of the Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. You can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. A lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of them have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame. Who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 60,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive at these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to living in a storefront where they'll engage in a more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case in Scotland with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and you kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that's developing countries, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoy the trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they are very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath, and kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that was testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a Martin named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the scale of settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, and then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple maps from Evitar Friesel's really fascinating atlas of modern Jewish history, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than a million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. Once again, Europe dominates, about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. That's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the US and Canada, with over 1 million by the time we get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration. But for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy it when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's I think more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement that had tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Civic Revolution, which, although it's a very highly traditional kind of movement, especially compared to more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historian of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who was talking about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbathean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued in fact that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to try to transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Benzion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you a sense that, the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its etiology have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the English-Lithuanian Commonwealth and chaotic political context of that time, which we recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's due to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually demonized, free of Jews, because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living in Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a a strange English term, but basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale settlement. And exceptional Jews like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Mongolia, Volhynia, Galicia, with Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription of the army as cantonistas, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kavila was officially banned in 1844, these small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. We'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population of the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness, either chesed or kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, tradition or clothing, as things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on the Beikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the Hasidic groups, would later become known as the Misnagdic, or the opponents. We'll talk about that in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The ordinary study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that was actually a desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim sucker, someone who just recites songs, that is just going through the book, reading the words as opposed to having deep insights into the meaning and so on. And this is something that really appeals to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynastic leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis who were often given those positions because they would essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish land and Commonwealth that rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic groups do not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the cause of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they used the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seemed with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from what it considered after his lifetime, but know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, particularly known as Ballet Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend's colleague, Professor Johann Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century customs or record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Balshem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have so much about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has research identified exhaustively by my colleagues, senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. We found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Yeshiva. It gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is repeated to us in this well, and still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement. I'll discuss it further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. And if you so moved, please subscribe, as I love seeing the numbers of students in Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter reactions. And this is a movement which coalesced around the group of the rabbis, particularly in the northern part of ancient Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Lithnagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidism as well. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmo culture, right? Get it? Yarmo culture. But at 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. So that's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. let's try to understand, look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology. And practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, Jews who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time, they weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, do you believe in 613? The Ethnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They would say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to do with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This regards to the use of mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. Anyway, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things that are very fringes, but like 95% of things they're in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dover, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Yavi, also known as the Alter Rabbi, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He had a very important book called Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. You can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Wodzinski, that Hasidism is very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that, in many ways, the Nagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from this now? The most significant, the king of the Nagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Nagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Nagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go through them very quickly. First of all, that the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is this notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that don't pay attention to intention. But nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? You have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, so things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just going to gloss it over the top. 3, they recite the prayer of the Rabbi. They follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There's a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily picked, but duller knives require more pressure. Both of these things could have not an animal slaughter problem. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which has economic implications. This is Ben Dino's primary contribution to the historiography of the The debate between the Mishnayos and Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on those things like that. That if we create a different revenue stream, we really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and already completed the entire Talmud. They're in Daf Yomi and think about what are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like an experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians look down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these really cross the line. There's no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually kind of like a front for Sabbath movement, and it had to really be extirpated now before it further affected the Jewish body politics. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Taps, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted an audience to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful in an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are, unfortunately, from time to time, known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll sign those works to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just. At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book programs. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781 and in 1794 when a rabbi in Minsk Misnagdic rabbi lost the job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidic to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Zalman of Yadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that was associated with a very strong conflict between Hasidim and Stagnists for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Stagnim and Hasidim, the Stagnim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to what we need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidim. So the Mishnah had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, Shiva of the Lozha, which was one of the great bastions of Talmud learning in Lithuania, and formed the center, the nucleus of a Talmudic Renaissance that would expand along with Hasidus. What the Mishnah said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text, well, absolutely better believe it, they're going to be super attached to that. We're going to spend even more energy in the talk. And in fact, that's what we were doing in was. And more than anything else is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of us. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the standard tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah Nigla. Before you study Torah Sinister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim who were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself, they were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi of the Lodge, associated with Yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah form is that. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in Yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my Yeshiva study. And he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, okay, I'm enjoying Yeshiva. I go to Yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos that has a problem in it, figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said to Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, crossword puzzles sort of every day because of my intellectual problems and solving them, and then going home for dinner, right? So he said, "Okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChayim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day." And so I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChayim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus, and many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I had already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just got so lost in the tremendous writing stuff that kind of, and it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page. This is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChayim. It's finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Mishnah had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called it Tzaddik, sometimes called it Rabbi, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regard the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticizes this idea of like having an intermediary and refuse to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, And a yeshiva has been someone with tremendous insight and power associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a nostalgic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidism is. Okay, while the Hasidim and the Stagins are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both of us and the Stagman face in the Hasidim. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Masnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and Masnagdim territory. That is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Masnagdim movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just a Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and mysticism that swept across much Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Rothschild, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, and the most crucial moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara, in the River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. Among other things, he discovered the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like he woke up in the 16th century and said, hey, we can do something in the outside world. You see, for example, Maimonides, who writes the 8 chapters that one should accept whoever speaks as we provide lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who you recall were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to attend and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become emerging modern thought. There's way too much of a discussion. Let's go specifically to the early Hasidim. Certainly, the most important of them of the Hasidim was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish, besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely served for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in studies of Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, you take a Gras French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different, almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backwards, things like that. And of course, they're written in alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they read the alphabet and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century. Wow, here is a Jew. Note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on, and intellectually get tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to save the outside world. Makes Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens, but they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture through the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early Hasidim, so by the way, Haskell is like the singular noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Haskell means a proponent of enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a writing, acerbic, sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man, kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and go straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Sagdim. while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time to show up for it when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to Minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that has to be actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which the people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this that you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ring, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could bury until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasized the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because really this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to bury our dead right away. It's considered sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, oh my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this creative. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that would be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of the rights upon Jews, will also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some Maskilim, like David Friedman there, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although not accepted communally at all, although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shayna or just like outrageous, Jews did not accept it on a communal level. Many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or parents of Karl Marx who have the children baptized. It was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Bush, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by the abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson's Bush was way too locked in way to keep up too much for the modern era. So sometimes he was portrayed a little bit heavier beard like this to make it look a little bit more traditional. So these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population. That population was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers, greater concentration, and really with much greater endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, the heavy lean towards assimilation. You necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation such as Zionism or Jewish socialism, discusses as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a that emphasized really abandoning the Jewish ideals, assimilation. Eastern Europe was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, not necessarily religious. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system. And we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidic and Islamic as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening in a dire political context. I mentioned a couple of lectures ago and saw Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This is the notorious cantonism that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up assimilating into Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend these so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Rodi and Dahl, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even those Lilienthal left in disgust, he ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Staglim had to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is a Jesuit Steinfeld, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom on Israel, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw 3 shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu living with him, that person who was building down, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its daily strategy. Like shepherd number 1, shepherd number 2. The Hasidim in Bolivia, the martial devotion, and the fan the embers of the Hasidim with their ideals of the closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem, in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Snagin, who of course was himself observant, as you mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzvi that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Snagin, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate, but it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Snagin, and Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it is to be a Jew. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Labs. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term. So we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African American experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find the words to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th centuries. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society is in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights. Groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors, things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guild, things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another class in the kind of rural design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerai regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. And a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval US. But with modernity changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition. We had people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do surf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these virtually factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century, 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence to wherever they wanted to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bare, holding on to the sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally traveling, like resident aliens, not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the challenge. America is very much a society still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history, and the Jews were nearly but not quite right. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who were also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation for giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, and also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their and the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although the vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed. That was applied specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step on the emancipation. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change. Where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath. So he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was a superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office, voted him, and it was the office itself trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates, English governmentalists, of course, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support that's among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and brackets male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly directly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, to create kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary named Rabbi actually said, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? So she proposed a declaration of the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female. But the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about man. Honestly, it says man and they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is we have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern, in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, actually had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their broader economic profile and things like that. Alsace, on the other hand, Yiddish is their first time, were much more sort of cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significant the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews, and Bordeaux and Bayonne was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcome because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically bland kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 100 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messengers were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. the questions that he asked are actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It makes sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Maskilim, there was a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call the Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answer Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that God forbid they pretty much do for them right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a who would French Jews fight for? And the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort, they would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed this man, David Finstein, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like it's on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues in France, but I believe at this point, I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because the rights, as opposed to concessions, is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back, the constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation. Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassan Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand, and he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool used to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, it was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary as an empire, then there was formal emancipation for Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that in a minute. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was probably not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner. There was a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like a great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted. In Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Bohm, who wrote a very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Graetz over the publication of the latter's History of Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, the Juden sind unser Unglück, the Jews are our misfortune. And he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. And he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which has a very different trajectory. If you enjoy the video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people study Jewish history. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Now. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see during the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculous today in the sense that, as long as there has been more than one Jew, there have been politics that are part of the nature of the Jewish experience, and that has possibly a human in general. But what I'm focusing in on in this context is the idea of this birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because it's a time when democracy begins to make its impact on its youth, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe. There are so many Jews who believe that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership variety of reasons, begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily inconformity with the will of the opinions and leadership, and that's why we get these attitude politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the world politics to 1881. That is the date on which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the Serbs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution, but the emancipation of the Africans in America, it was not a funded emancipation like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties. But nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him as a great person. The ones who did not, particularly were the revolutionaries, mainly socialist movements that were built in the 1870s. And in 1880, a group of them, people's will, tossed a bomb at his terrorist and and where his newspaper accounts have been attacked for violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the Roman emperor, Alexander III, gave populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as kind of face value, and if you see further on the roof, there's a famous scene where said he was approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a problem is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate prediction of what happens in Russia. In reality, the problem went way out of control. The Russian Empire, the government was certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration of the police force was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence. They essentially followed the movie rail lines that were connected to communities, and the work went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a renaissance, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority feared tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted into the environment for years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles and Ukrainians, things like that. And it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, since then, a few charts for them to show you right now. Really interesting article published by Rothschild, that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one's out why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to church teaching and certain economic practices of the Jews. The Islam representative that goes back to the rebellion, the Haidemak rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived alongside the Canadians, Polish, Canadian, Latvian, Russian neighbors, with only a few significant fluctuations of violence, like in the 17th century and the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So I'm looking at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1920. And I'm suspicious of the last number because that was like a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because here is these number of people correlated with use of software. And as you can see, yes, or drugs do correlate with certain periods of software, but by all periods of software. There are some areas where terrible concentration, especially before 18 has not resulted in continuous buckets. And in fact, it's rather extended periods before the Russian Revolution has to the present violence. So, what's going on there? Got a different kind of factor. Political turmoil, the same kind of supports. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews and 1904, 5 of this, and the civil wars, they coincide with significant political upheaval. But lots of periods where that political upheaval was no violence against Jews. So when the authors of this text did, which is very clever, they considered both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Now, look at this. The purple line says that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous crop of disease. Those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against youth. I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors. Okay, let's go to the first one. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the whole Russian Empire. And Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled some other things. The Spanish crisis that we discussed this week. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided on that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to keep the middle. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all. That is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are destroying a piece of people or Jews will visit a region, they see no easy way to change it. So they pick up and they move something. This is a 2,000-year tested strategy that has worked. And so you can see from this map, with other context, a large outpouring of the payable settlement to America, Canada, to South America, quarter million to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel, to South Africa, and a small number going all the way up to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. Hopes that it would be better somewhere else, and it could, in fact, become worse if the 20th century. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country, we're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, particularly during this time. With the upshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period, he was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wild Tax strike that ultimately would force the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 Revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problem in the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. Anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because Judaism followed the ideas of Karl Marx, who was more Jewish and baptized by Jewish parents, was rather himself self-eating. And lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have very anti-religious, anti-clerical position. So it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population developed by socialism, although represented thirdly, rather than saying, let's take a break, look at this, there's something else, rather than saying, let's take a break, this time should be next year, the third strategy is Zionism, saying, let's have a break, but we'll have a break for the last time. We'll have a break back to our national homelands in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish colony, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, there's else, and this would be representative of some kind of secular ideal that represents genocide. No longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first time history Israel dug a bit early on with the large picture of the Rothschild, the crowd with the giants in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. This was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to. Even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate leadership opposed, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the Messianic future. And by, forcing God's hand, by proving Israel and is trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a great controversy. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism. It said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave revolution. We're not going to change the society of socialists. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We're also not going to do Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalism, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, Jews have sort of advanced beyond the stage of being a political state to constitute their identity. The Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the globe. To go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere else, that represents very looking backwards for the diaspora. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the integral states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, everything came to a fashion halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish around the country to collectively raise money for charities and represent Jewish interests before democratic governments and so on. There's a huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with identity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely relative. A person can choose to identify affiliate with the community or not. That's, identity doesn't work demand that you have to give into a particular bond. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources or communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like a well-structured organization. That's the Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to go down to it, which is not the case with diaspora. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the abuse of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called anyways, renewed traditions. These are these really are still, in many ways, thinking the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much Orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organized politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be way, but we kind of 20th century. This we'll talk about that later as well. By the way, he said, you know what? If we don't organize politically, like these non-religious people, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious belief, which represents a very large portion of the overall economy. And so these traditionalists, with parties like Activist Israel, Activist Hakim, and several other groups, they essentially try to promote a religious agenda, an agenda that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay? Those are the five basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, that's going to be reviewing the material in the last few slides, but you put it in a graphic format so those are easy to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum that we've studied in American science, things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? So if you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. They're really wide ranges of extremes. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we can all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be established, and this question is growing, which is basically here next. Do we believe political parties and political organizations would argue in developing Jewish life here, or with the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it both? So that there, more science than diaspora. Every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If you look in the lower left quadrant, there's socialism and your type. Most important party is the general workers' UND. That was actually one of the party they want to be in the AFD in 1997. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in Germany, like Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Jews really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the industrial life. By the time we get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the movement. Now, backing up, what about in these quadrants to the lower right? You see that we have this action on Victor who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They're definitely very big on the right. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed by a socialist agenda. They're really more interested in a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important, the Zionists, and there are many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodore Herzl here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, so he had the World Zionist Congress, and the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionism, this general Zionism. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important figure and activist of the abolitionists. And they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel, powers. He felt that Herzl's approach to basically shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually negotiated it as well. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive, be much more militarily trained, they should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches are Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud, later than the Revolution. Finally,
There he is.
The very important report.
What's good, son? You, do you speak English? No, I just watched a podcast with someone from Adelaide. Yeah, dog. No, it was a William Montgomery podcast. Are you James McCann? You talking about? Maybe I posted a lot of. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it like this week. Are you ready for an invitation? Quit that bullshit, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Don't give me this uncomfortable that bullshit. Get a fucking charger, power pack. My phone's gonna be dead. Kiss my fucking ass, dog. Free turn. Free turn, pimp. Free turn, pimp. Free turn, pimp. Good job. Perhaps. What you gonna do, Zoo? No, it wasn't. I won. Yeah, I got you, baby. I'm the fucking Pharaoh of Moncala. I accidentally sent it to you yesterday when I was playing with Roger. Yeah, you did. What up, pimp?
depends why you need it. What's your goal? I won 2 games in a row, baby. It depends. I had a friend of mine who had terrible working memory, but he could remember dates like a football. You could ask him any. You could ask him any celebrity's birthday, and he knew it. All right. I lost. You won. You know what's interesting? Forrest Gump. What up, pimp? Okay, well, Forrest Gump is never shown driving a car, but he is shown driving a lawnmower. Forrest Gump is never shown driving a car, but he is shown driving a lawnmower. Okay, I didn't say anything. You're in trouble. You're in deep trouble. I won. All right, it's time for darts. You're up, Zoop. Zoop, you have an invitation. You're up, big dog. Zoop, go. Go, Zoop. Zoop. Zoop, you're up. You're done. We'll close it and reopen it. Close it and reopen it. We'll quit that game. You're in a different game. And you're up. I sent it yesterday. All right, come back when you're done. Okay, come back when you're done. You got it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's next week, Doug.
coalition, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be the reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of idea of the slave stop that, has a rifle on his back and he's pulling a band and he's raining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the idea of coalition. And this movement is primarily responsible for the war of the Labor Party and dominate much of the United States. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like
There she is.
third dimension.
How are you, Mr. Farias? What up, girl? How are you?
Until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That means still held religious values and traditional Judaism was.
Mr. Farias, can you give me 2 minutes to use the restroom?
So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented as an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented they follow in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook, brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound scientist. Although he was not specifically politically in the party, but he was kind of like the ideology of many of the ideas that are encapsulated in Israel. And then finally, and I actually think finally for real, like,
Adi, would you like an invitation? Is that a good? Okay. Alrighty. Invitation for 3. Very Go get it, girl. This is great. Got 8 right off the bat. Oh, perfect. Perfect spare. You're welcome. Ooh, she got like the same shot as you. Get the oh. Not really one yet. Here. I'm gonna get these 2 though, no doubt. Got 'em. Get it, girl. Look at you. Amazing. Miss Aquarius just got it right. Audie. Just gonna get these 2. Let's get these 2. Go get these 2. Go get these 2. I said, let's get these 2. Go get these 2. You get these 2. You got it. Nope. For sure. No doubt. No doubt. And Miss Aquarius with the UT. These three. She did. Wow. What a performance, folks. Spare, strike, spare. Spare, strike, spare. Get these four. Ooh, maybe. Get it. No. It's not good. Uh-oh. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I said that's what I'm talking about. I said that's what I'm talking about. 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 Ooh. All right, Miss Aquarius. She's at 74, folks. That's a huge lead. Get it. Oh, man. All right, just one. Got it. Now I just need these. I just need one here. I'll take it. That's a W. Oh, for sure. For sure.
No doubt, no doubt.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get these two. You can do it. How you going? You got him, girl. That was impressive. Impressive. Oh, that's big time for the big score. 51. Get this one. Nice job. Oh, big time strike, Mr. Aquarius. Impressive. Impressive. You're going to win. No doubt. No doubt. Mr. Aquarius got that W. Ooh. Tough split here. You can do it. It's okay. We'll take it. I'm going to get these two. Got them. Got them. Need 6. Get 6. That's exactly what I got. Be tied. Good job. You're closing in on 100. Absolutely. Sweet dreams, Mr. Chris. You take it. You take it.
Right now, we also have those traditional Jews, who not believe that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagree with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who are anti-religion or atheist religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups like the Israel that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyam Shas, the documentary program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself, and to give a 2 to 5 minute class on every single thing of the Talmud, 2,711 photos that in the course of the 7 year cycle, the students of the Talmud inspire over the all over the world. This happened to be a meeting at the National Stadium. I was actually present for this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Sarah does. They think about what the Shiva students need, what the Kodo families need, and then they're all sort of like what's in politics and these things. So that's a graphic representation of how these political organizations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but my father, Irish, I would always say, I like it. Just gets it. I hope you found this enjoyable. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots of people are actually studying culture. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, videos happening, or the page, service happening, where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. Of course, we have other levels of membership, which gives you access to other lectures and live things like that. So I'm really happy that you're listening to this video, and of course, speak to you next lecture. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected tremendous Jews really largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, so a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires out to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners on the other hand in these post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and it disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous result for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria-Hungary, which once was a massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, would be ruled by admiral forces. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as the part of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising these peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created. Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves in the Soviet weapons. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the users of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to get out. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. It's more than that story of Nazi stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 odd years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix in the city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple like that. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that we commemorate this day in the former Soviet Union, the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do outside of it. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1970, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting back, not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them, but they have machine guns, things like that, so it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, Rick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of hours, the palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested, assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. And they call themselves the Provisional Government, and the whole idea that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residents. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of the Jewish population. Some writers at the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of Jews that were located there. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? All these peasants and their demands. What about these urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of this was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tavarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see there is nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing those
How you look, man? How are you? Can I stay in every day's a holiday, every day's a feast? How are things in your neck of the woods? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Sure. Yeah, that's my knowledge. It's a basic breakdown. Carnegie, how the Tom, Lee, their concept. We have the Reynolds, the Rothschild, my family. We've got the Russells. We've got the Warners. Then we've got the house. That's what it's Queen Beatrice, like the Netherlands family was the Prince of Monaco, the King of Norway, basically the families that came from much from
That's very fascinating. Very fascinating that I understood exactly what happened in the school today.
and then from there,
They make you that look like what happened. By they make you that look like you're in our school.
yeah, I mean, any family wants their family to remain strong. Really, those 13 families that I named are generally at the pinnacle, and then from there we have the Council 300, which is the families like the baby families like the House of Saud, the Greek people like actually Boogie Hardwood, maybe 1,000 and then the top 300. We're looking at the House of Saud. We're looking at the oh, probably the Oppenheimers, probably the Phillips family, the Pillsbury family, those types of families. So, I mean, it's really, it's the way that I describe it to people is this. If you run a simulation of it 1,000 times over of the Earth, 1,000 times in a row, the same thing will occur, and that is you have a small group of people who remain in power over a large group of people. That's just how human dynamics work. At least the way that we have on Earth with limited land, limited um, resources. It's really about we are animals. So, okay, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I know families.
So you said that Rothschild, also Rothschild.
Yeah. Maybe thousands of large families. Like there are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us in the world. So it's not like going to estates in Europe. It's just not like that.
So
Okay. Okay. There's could be I mean, situations where someone may remain an inventive person. I can trace my bloodline back to the Bible. I trace it to 17th century Germany. I know my grandmother's grandmother came to the United States from Germany. My family on both sides is Eastern European from Ashkenazi roots, and we like basically all Ashkenazi people can trace our lineage to four people, four women being genetically, and so that's my bloodline is. It's a complicated question. I support. Yeah, that's exactly.
That's exactly right. Generally, people consider this to be someone who supports the state of Israel. And I can tell you that Israel is doing good on the big side. That is not something that I generally support. 100%. That isn't to say that isn't to say I don't support 100%. It doesn't mean that I don't support Israel. Right? I don't support everything. But welcome to how you doing? Yeah. What's up, big dog? What's going on? No, I didn't. That's pretty cool. You'll have to start practicing. So they're going to have like Uno tables and they have poker tables. Very cool. Well, Las Vegas needs something to get more people there. So perhaps Uno tables will help with that. Uno being Uno. They need something because Las Vegas is pretty empty. It's become too expensive for the common person. Yeah, California. Generally. What are these questions? I was born in 1985. Where were you born? What year were you born? What's your birthday? Exactly. What's the old man? No, I did.
Okay. With that service.
No, 301 in the afternoon, as I said. Yeah.
So what could be
You're willing to ask these questions, why don't you answer the same way?
I was born in 1996. I'm from Toronto. My family was in the 70s. My mother was born in Mozambique, Africa. We got kicked out after the war because they didn't want them to cultivate what they were coming to their story. So there they went back to the culture, and from there they went to Canada.
Beautiful. How's Canada?
So that's a very good question.
Okay. I mean, I don't mean it to be a hard question. You enjoy Canada? Is it nice?
Yeah, I get a sense of multicultural experience here in different types of cultures and types of people, like with a lot of culture.
Right. Toronto's the most diverse city in the world, right? Toronto's the most diverse city in the world, right?
The most diversity, yes. But what I think an issue is when you have certain ethnic groups of people that are getting flooded into Canada, and they don't get that tax as much as we get tax. So I found that now a lot of different countries in Canada are actually lower than we with our tax rate. A handful of them are getting 80,000 a year, and a free house, and a free car, right? That's not necessarily things that the Canadians are paying for. And I think that's a pretty good job.
Who are these people?
Indians,
Oh, okay.
right? That's and they're flooding like 100,000 a month.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a good job. And Canada's a very interesting see how it looks in working, especially more factory industrial people are doing this. They don't care about the communities. They don't care about Canada. They just want to let people do what they're being told to do. Most likely from the world economic unit quite strong. Is that right? Because yeah, we're going to do this for Canada. And that is it's happening, right? So it's a big idea. They want us all within our cities. They don't really want us all to be traveling from where I'm from, which is the city outside of Toronto, driving to Toronto, but it's all in Brampton, Brampton, where it's all for their cities, many, many, that's almost Brampton. And they're tearing it all down and turning it into like a Toronto travel that we did on Brampton. She brought up massaging and all of that. This ball, which down the road from me, is breaking it down and turning it into like a huge designer complex. You know, $1 million worth apartments and all that, just so people don't have to leave Brampton and go to Toronto. And then on top of that, we're building 15-minute cities within us.
Right.
So everywhere we go, we're not going to have to drive on the highway or Toronto. If we want to go get some designer, some high luxury stuff, it's not going to be Brampton. And on top of that, they're building another almost built something like a super fast train that we built in Brampton. The end of this Toronto to Brampton, which only takes 15 minutes by car, it's like 25 minutes to get there. But you can take this train from Mississauga to Brampton in 15 minutes. And we're not scary.
There are aspects of the things too.
And I think that why people love it, because I would not say correlate more with it, I correlate more that they are more the links to two links that is surrounded on the garden. So that's a and it's that's a non-stop ride. So the thing that's fun.
Okay, if you're immigrated from Canada somewhere else,
I'd like to see Portugal, because that's what my family grew up. Like even looking over there, I feel like the western part of Europe are getting much like other world that you come to one. So at this point, I'm saying if in case somewhere else, and I know that's not the three influence, right?
right?
So that's exactly what I said. I'm just like decision now. But if that comes to worse, like Portugal, I would have all the single night pass on espressos and kick a ball around to the beach, whatever. I'll take that.
Not too bad of a life.
No, it's very simple. Like, it's very, as much as I like being in Canada, as much as I know it's possible, I'm just thinking, I want the land to be water, the all of that. You know, so for sure, as I get older, I'm looking at this yeah, I was using my roots in Portugal, all the stuff, right? But this is just too exhausting.
Very lucky to get Portuguese citizenship.
It's like that. And my grandparents as well.
Excellent. Then that should make it easier, right?
No, right? It's first that it's done. It's like lots of the European Toronto, and you said here in Toronto, and then which is only like 100 for the city that actually is. There's a Portuguese classic like there, Portuguese citizenship. I've had people that have gone to the consulate, and they were giving everybody who brought their citizenship a very, very
Like that.
almost like they don't want them because they don't want you to get Portuguese citizenship.
Okay. Why were they giving them a difficult time?
Well, because they don't want people to want Portuguese, they want to travel. They just don't want us to come over there. But they're all been having successful just to be consulate, just to serve the government. But the amount of like barriers, it's like barriers get stuck to the side of the just away from the citizenship, make it very hard to get.
Like, what do you have to do?
That one, it's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of like getting your grandparents' marriage certification. It's a lot of making sure that it's also like you're going to be like reinforced as well. It's not like you have family Portugal. Just paperwork that you have to learn the language. You know, depending on who you are. Like my cousin, like supposed to live it out, like both her parents were born here.
Okay.
Even though she does have Portuguese blood, but because her parents were born here, in order for her to obtain her citizenship, she needs to learn how to speak Portuguese. But because my parents come from Portugal, I don't have to learn how to speak Portuguese.
That's very interesting. And but they make it really difficult. I mean, who's going to have access to their grandparents' marriage?
And I'm lucky enough, but I'm very blessed to have all of the public grandparents here in Canada with 18-minute range.
That makes it a lot easier.
What's that?
That makes it a lot easier. There you go. Well, that's great. So, can't you just go to them, or can't your cousin go to them and just be like, hey, I need your marriage certificate?
This is where it gets complicated because now you don't have to get
Very interesting. Yeah. Well, fortunately for you, it's pretty clear cut. And maybe you wouldn't have as much difficulty at the consulate as she did because you just grew up near my grandparents and the greatest in Portugal. I can bring them anything you need. I can give you their marriage certificates. I can bring my parents in.
But the people were they're not good. Just all that because it's going to be pregnant. So right.
And probably best to do that while they're still alive. You know, I mean, not saying they're going anywhere tomorrow, but eventually. So just get that stuff in order and then get your Portuguese citizenship. Move back whenever you have the opportunity, and perhaps have a closer time.
Like 100%. I think that's definitely what they see in Irish.
It's, it's basically one of the most sought after locations in the world.
Very much so. It's
Right? I don't know much about Portuguese history, and I know some. One thing that's fascinating to me, though, that I think a lot of people don't know or maybe aren't as educated, is how much of a power, not just how much Portugal was, but specifically what kind of city the city of Lisbon was before, I believe it was a 7th, 18th century tsunami destroyed most of the city. Are you familiar with this? Yeah, so let's get our facts. I'm really big into AI, so we're gonna find out. It was caused by uh, can you please tell me everything about the Great Lisbon? Something happened that destroyed the city. Can you please tell me about the Great Lisbon earthquake or tsunami that destroyed much of the city? Give it to me in bullet points. Yeah, so here it goes. The Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755 was one of the most catastrophic events in European history. So the basics are November 1st, 1755, at 9:40 a.m. in Lisbon, Portugal. The earthquake was like an 8.5 to 9 point, which is huge. It lasted between 3 to 6 minutes. It was violent, shaking, and collapsing most of Lisbon's stone buildings, including churches, houses, and homes. It killed tens of thousands instantly, 40,000 to 60,000 total. In it, there was tsunamis. It triggered undersea seismic activity. There were waves up to 20 meters, so that's 65 feet. 65 feet is like unreal. I mean, Portugal has some of the best surfing, some of the biggest waves in the world, but at 65 feet coming onto the land, it reached Portugal, Spain, North Africa, and even as far as the Caribbean and Brazil. Lisbon was sucked out in the sea and crashed inland when waves returned. Then there were fires, so that collapsed candles and stones in homes and churches. Fires raged for 5 days, destroying what survived the quake and tsunami. The city center and royal palace completely burned. The impact on thought. It shook Enlightenment thinking in Europe. Voltaire's response, it satirized the event and questioned the optimism and divine justice. There was a religious crisis. Many saw it as a punishment from God, others questioned God's role. So then there was the building of Lisbon by Prime Minister Marquis of Pombal. The quote attributed to him, bury the dead and feed the living. There was urban redesign, including anti-seismic architecture and modern grid layout. The result was Lisbon became one of the first cities rebuilt with earthquake-resistant planning. The legacy is that it was one of the deadliest and most studied earthquakes in history. It influenced seismology, disaster response, and urban planning, and it was a historical symbol of catastrophe, resilience, and philosophical thinking. So, with that being said, it's fascinating. But really, Lisbon was even bigger of a city than it was before this occurred. I mean, I think without it, it would be something like Rome or something like London. Um, Not that it's not that, but it's maybe like a tier below that. But without this earthquake, I think probably would have been even more powerful than it was. And I imagine it did not help Portuguese colonization efforts much of Portugal, Portugal's not that big. So the coastal areas, but specifically Lisbon, destroyed most of the architecture, most of the infrastructure, the entire Navy. Yeah, let's find out more specifically, like how much of the city was destroyed, how much of Portugal. We can post statistics. Can you please tell me that earthquake in 1755 in Portugal? What kind of damage did it do in bullet points? And give me the damage that happened just in Portugal, and then just in Lisbon. Like in comparison of Lisbon, like did 50% of the city get destroyed? 2%? What was it? All right, so here we go. The damage in Portugal overall. Multiple cities were hit hard. Lisbon, Coimbra, Setúbal, Lagos, and others suffered serious destruction. Coastal devastation. Tsunami waves wiped out coastal villages, especially in southern Portugal and Algarve region. Fires spread beyond Lisbon and some towns. Infrastructure collapsed. Roads, bridges, and ports were severely damaged across the country. The estimated national death toll is around 60,000 deaths, and most deaths in Lisbon, but thousands elsewhere as well. The damage in Lisbon specifically, there was citywide destruction. Estimated 85% of it were destroyed. So, like the whole city was basically flattened. The death toll between 30,000 and 50,000 people in Lisbon alone. Fires plus tsunami plus an earthquake of 2,000 hit the city at once. The royal palace was completely destroyed. The library of 70,000 books in the royal archive was gone. Many churches full of worshippers, because it was November 1st, it was All Saints' Day, so they collapsed during Mass, major source of casualties. The harbor damage, ships were pulled out by the tsunami, then smashed against the city by returning waves. The downtown, the Bayaha district, leveled entirely, and the reconstruction took decades. The city was rebuilt with wide boulevards and earthquake-resistant buildings. So basically, Lisbon was 85% of all buildings were destroyed, 30 to 50,000 people killed. There was a fire, tsunami, and earthquakes. The rest of Portugal, about 10 to 30%, it varied by town, but was destroyed. And then another 10 to 20,000 people died there. And then there was a heavy tsunami damage, especially in the coastal cities. So it basically would have been exactly. It would be like New York City. I mean, or London. Exactly. I mean, that's all there. And I don't want to understate what it is. It is a major financial center. It's a major cultural center, but it's just like it would be like Tokyo and London and Shanghai and New York City. I mean, it would really be like one of the um, tier one cities of the world. I think. I mean, I'm not easy to say with 2020 hindsight, and you can't necessarily predict the what if, but it was. I mean, people don't realize the power of the Portuguese Empire, and that basically everything in Western, Eastern, South America spoke Portuguese, and the power of Portugal in the East Indies, and like basically Oceania. I mean, there were like Australia, if I'm not mistaken, was actually discovered, I should say, like aside from indigenous people and Aboriginal people, by the Portuguese. Like Perth, if I recall, was founded by Portuguese. And I mean, you had Ferdinand Magellan, who was his his um, his exploration is credited with circumnavigating, but he died in the Philippines. But he was Portuguese. Let me check these facts for just a moment, because oh, absolutely. Okay, so let's make sure we got this straight. And then there's the Treaty of Diego. I always Spanish is not my like a weak in Spanish. English is not my
Yo, dog, what's that treaty between Spain and Portugal where Portugal got one side of the world, Spain got the other side of the world? And then, isn't it something like Perth, Australia, or at least Western Australia, was first discovered by the Portuguese and wasn't Ferdinand Magellan Portuguese? Okay, the Treaty of Tordesillas. So that's a treaty between Spain and Portugal dividing up the New World. After Columbus, quote unquote, discovered the Americas in 1492, both Spain and Portugal needed exclusive rights to explore and claim the lands. Who have brokered Pope Alexander VI. The Borgia Pope issued a papal bull first, then Spain and Portugal signed the actual treaty. How the world is divided. Line of demarcation set about 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands. Portugal got everything east of the line, so that's Africa, east of Brazil. Spain got everything west of the line, which was the Americas. This is why Brazil ended up speaking Portuguese, while the rest of South America speaks Spanish. Portuguese discovery of Australia. There's some historical evidence, not fully confirmed, that Portuguese sailors may have reached the coast of Australia, especially Western Australia, before the Dutch or British. Theory suggests they mapped parts of the coast in the early 1500s. The Dutch and James Cook are officially credited with charting. Again, that who knows? I mean, it could have been the Portuguese. And then, yes, Ferdinand Magellan was Portuguese by birth. Um, he sailed for Spain, but he was Portuguese by birth. And the reason why was Portugal didn't have his plans, so he pitched it to the Spanish crown, King Charles I. His fleet was the first to circumnavigate the globe. Magellan himself died in flames, but his crew finished the journey. The voyage helped prove the anchor ground and exposed flaws in the Tordesillas line because it did not account for the flip side of the Pacific. Bonus fact: the Treaty of Zaragoza, 1529, extended the Tordesillas line to the other side of the globe, the Pacific side, to divide up Asian territories like the Spice Islands. So, like a little bit of history on this that I find fascinating are spices. So, basically, during the age of exploration, much of it was motivated by spices, specifically one spice in particular, which was nutmeg. And the nutmeg is only found in on one island in the, near the Philippines. And if you get your hands on it, it was not only seen as a a major spice to enhance the taste of food, but also, if you didn't know, nutmeg has hallucinogenic effects. So there's a theory that the people in Europe wanted it for its hallucinogenic effects as well. So the idea of Ferdinand's circumnavigation of the globe, one important part of it, as I recall, is that he, um, one of the reasons why he did it, and why it was motivated, we'll look this up, was because he took not a normal route. He went across the Atlantic, then down through the Strait of Magellan, which would be later called that, near the Tierra de Fuera, like basically southern Argentina and Chile, and then made it across the Pacific into the Philippines and such to find this. The reason why was because they didn't want to have to pay a tax to the Arab, like Muslim majority countries that were forcing people to pay taxes. So let me get this. Let's dig into this a second. Your dog wasn't Ferdinand Magellan and other explorers of both Spain and Portugal were particularly motivated to find spices, specifically nutmeg in the Spice Islands, and be able to avoid taxation of Arab traders in the Muslim world. Please provide the answer in both. All right, yeah, you're absolutely right to bring up the avoiding the Arab and Muslim controlled trade routes with major motivation for explorers like John Portuguese. Here's the breakdown of bullet points. So, avoiding the Muslim Arab middlemen. Arab and Ottoman traders controlled the Silk Road and spice trade routes over Asia had to go through Muslim territories where taxes, tolls, and markups made them super expensive. European powers, especially Portugal and Spain, wanted a direct sea route to Asia to cut out the middlemen. So Portugal's plan, Portugal under Prince Henry the Napkin, started sending ships around Africa to reach India and the East by sea. By 1498, Vasco da Gama made it to India with good hope, bypassing air-controlled trade routes entirely. This gave Portugal a huge advantage in the spice trade and made Lisbon insignificant. So Spain's plan. Spain went west instead of east because Portugal had already claimed the east via the Treaty of Tordesillas. They hoped to reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic. That's what Columbus and later Magellan would do. Magellan's expedition eventually circumnavigated the globe, providing proving there was a way to reach Asia by sea without crossing the Muslim lands. Muslim and political rivalry. Europe at the time was in the Crusades mindset, Christian kingdoms versus Islamic empires. So beating Muslim powers economically by controlling trade was also seen as a weakness. So the results were Portugal dominated the Indian Ocean trade for decades. Spain colonized much of the Americas and tried to reach the east through the Pacific. Both kingdoms broke the Islamic monopoly on Asian goods. The shift weakened Muslim trade power enough to launch the European powers. Then, but what about nutmeg? Tell me about the importance of nutmeg in Europe and how it definitely was seen as a motivating factor. I've seen some kind of statistics like one ship full of nutmeg was worth more than if it were filled with gold, something like that. Yo, dog, you're absolutely on point. Nutmeg was the real original crypto, man. It's insanely valuable, like a ship full of more than gold value. Here's a real breakdown of both. Nutmeg, the spice that marks the colors. Why nutmeg is so valuable? It's highly prized, used for flavor, perfume, medicine, and believed to cure the plague. In 17th century Europe, nutmeg was a luxury product only the rich could afford. 1 pound of nutmeg in London could cost the equivalent of a working man's annual salary. A single shipload of nutmeg could return 5,000% profit. It literally is said that a sack of nutmeg was worth more than its weight in gold. Where nutmeg came from? Nutmeg was native to just a small amount of islands, the Banda Islands and the Spice Islands, which is modern Indonesia. These islands were the only source of nutmeg for centuries. That's why controlling them was like having the West and the Bitcoin mining rate in 1600s. So European powers go to war for nutmeg. Portugal was the first to find the source and monopolize it in the 1500s. The Dutch VOC, the Dutch East India Company, took over violently in the 1600s, massacred or enslaved the Bandits to control production. British and Dutch even fought European powers. One historical fact, island swap. In 1667, the Dutch traded the island of Manhattan, yes, mine in New York, to the British in exchange for Rhode Island, a tiny nutmeg-producing island in the Banda Group. Why? Because at the time, Rhode Island's nutmeg trees were more valuable than all of Manhattan. Why it was more effective. Nutmeg and clove, cinnamon, pepper was a major driver of European exploration and colonization in the East Indies. These spices were the fuel of the age of exploration. The gold was in the flavor. Explorers like Magellan, the Dharma, and the VOC fleets, that's the Dutchess, were sent with the goal of reaching and controlling spice markets, especially in Mexico. So there you go. Like nutmeg basically motivated all these people to get around the world. It's fascinating though, and Portugal has a key role in it, and that we could both learn something.
Absolutely. Explaining all this, and seeing the Lord through the implied the world really was before, and what you were explaining to me, it's some scary stuff. Really, someone that has had a good agree on some Portuguese, here comes the Dutch, here comes this country, and you guys are terrorizing the Philippines.
Right. It would be like, I don't know, I guess you have maple leaves where you are, and then all of a sudden this random power came because they really want to make the syrup and enslave you. Absolutely. I always find it interesting too that nutmeg doesn't grow in that many places. There's literally just a few islands. And let me check this. I know I've read this before. Sure. Um, I think this is from Asian trade, but we'll find that out. How did the European powers originally know that nutmeg was in the spice islands? So ancient trade routes, long before Europe sent ships east, Arab, Indian, and Chinese traders were already trading spices across the Indian Ocean. Spices like nutmeg and cloves reached Europe via overland Silk Road routes and air-controlled sea trade. The Europeans didn't know the original source; they just knew the spices came from the east. So there were medieval hints and merchant tales. European merchants like the Venetians bought spices from Muslim traders in places Cairo or Constantinople, but these traders kept the true source secret to protect their monopoly. Educated Europeans speculated that the spices came from mysterious islands far east of India, but had no map named yet. Then during the Crusades, contact with the Middle East increased demand for Eastern luxuries and like spices. Returning crusaders and traders spread stories of islands of spice far away. Europeans wanted to go directly to the source to skip middlemen. So then there were Marco Polo's writings in the late 1200s. Marco Polo traveled through Asia and wrote of a place called Java, a nearby island full of exotic spices. He described hot islands in Southeast Asia producing cloves and nutmeg. His book inspired future explorers like Columbus and Magellan. Then there were the Portuguese voyages in the 1400s and early 1500s. The Portuguese sent explorers east, slowly tugging the African coast, looking for India and spice sources. Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. By the early 1500s, Portuguese ships reached the Spice Islands, that's Maluku Islands, and finally confirmed that nutmeg came from the Banda Islands and cloves from nearby Ternate and Tidor. They documented in maps, letters, and secret charts to guide their discovery. Knowledge leaks in competition. Once Portugal made contact with secretly out, Dutch, English, and Spanish spies and merchants learned from captured Portuguese maps or sailors. This triggered the spice wars of the 16th century and 17th century. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Excellent. Um, One thing I want to look up. Yo, can you tell me, doesn't nutmeg have some kind of hallucinatory effect or psychoactive effect that could have also motivated people to want nutmeg? Yo, guys, you're absolutely right. Nutmeg isn't a spice, it's got a wild side. Let's break down the psychoactive properties of nutmeg and whether they could have played a role in its domain. Nutmeg is a psychoactive substance. Nutmeg contains myristicin. Myristicin is a natural compound found in nutmeg. It's chemically related to MDMA and mescaline, the party drugs. When taken in high doses, it can cause hallucination, euphoria, disorientation, drowsiness or sedation, nausea, and paranoia, which are very well. It takes a lot. The psychoactive dose is way higher than cocaine, like 5 to 20 grams of ground nutmeg. That's about 2 to 4 teaspoons, which is not recommended. The effects take 3 to 6 hours to kick in and can last up to 24 hours. But most of the side effects are nausea, dry mouth, dizziness, and nutmeg hangover. Historical use in mysticism and folk medicine. In some traditional medicine systems, nutmeg was believed to ward off evil spirits, act as an aphrodisiac, induce visions or open sins. Nutmeg was used in love potions, tonics, and as a sedative. So the 16th and 17th
century Europeans, they valued it in medicinal or magical substance, not just a kitchen spice. Could it have increased demand? Probably, especially among elite European circles that dabbled in exotic remedies, herbalism, and alchemy. The main driver of nutmeg's value was still flavor, preservative use, belief that it could prevent or cure the plague, and its scarcity, only found in the banned island. So yeah, it's a hallucinogenic that could have helped motivate its demand in Europe.
It's making me want to do this as well.
Yeah, so let's check that out. Yo, dog, if I just go and buy like nutmeg at the store and eat it like 2 to 4 tablespoons, what will happen to me? Will I see like will I see stuff? Will I have visions? Or like break it down for me? All right, real talk. Eating 2 to 4 tablespoons of nutmeg is not a good time. People try it thinking it's going to be a cheap psychedelic trip, but it's mostly just a nasty, toxic experience. Here's the breakdown. What happens if you eat 2 to 4 tablespoons of nutmeg? You're taking a psychoactive dose. That much nutmeg contains a high dose of mistress, the hallucinogenic compound. You may experience powerful visual distortions, altered perception of time, feeling out of body or spaced out, weird dreams or paranoid thoughts, sometimes auditory hallucinations. These effects take 3 to 6 hours to kick in and last up to 24 to 48 hours. But the side effects are brutal. Almost everyone who tries it reports intense nausea and vomiting, dry mouth, dizziness, and stomach pains, anxiety, paranoia, and feeling trapped in their own head, headaches, rapid heartbeat, and dehydration. Some people feel like they're dying of lung cancer. Many end up in the emergency room and no trouble. It's technically a poison at high doses. Nutmeg is not regulated like a drug, but in high doses, it acts as a neurotoxin. It stresses your liver, kidneys, and nervous system. That's a rare but serious harm happen, especially when mixed with other substances like alcohol or drugs. Is it a true hallucinogen? Kind of, but not in a good way. It's more of a dirty, disorienting, brilliant, like being psychedelics like LSD or psilocybin. Most people report that it's cloudy, uncomfortable, and regretful, rather than magical or I just a moment.
So you're better off.
Can I swell here? Yo, smoking nutmeg is also a bad idea. It sounds like it might work, spice, psychoactive compound, etc. But in reality, no high, just a here's a breakdown. Can you smoke nutmeg? It doesn't work. Smoking nutmeg doesn't deliver myristicin effectively. Myristicin needs to be metabolized through digestion and liver to have any psychoactive effect. So lighting up and inhaling it, you're just burning spice. What happens instead? Hot car smoke, toxic burns, lung irritating particles. It can lead to coughing fits, throat and lung irritation, nausea, and headache. No pleasant effects, just a waste. Why people travel? It sounds like a loophole, legal, natural, psychoactive. There's online rumors and bad Reddit threads that say it might work, but that's mostly controlled and people confusing the oral dose with smoke. So,
Yeah,
again,
we don't credit. I think when people start giving you saying like, "God, this is the best time I've ever had," but so it's an absolute idiot smoking it, right?
right. They could just be trolling someone else.
Like, whether this is really appreciated,
I believe. I stream my like
you want to come out.
I stream my like 24 hours a day, so I'm always here. Feel free to drop by and do that.
Absolutely not. This is a pleasure.
Excellent. Take care. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, but you should have about
You as well.
utilizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the white Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that next week. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, you want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the SSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been occurred as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communism. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy, others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of Soviet thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here some kind of years, has technically dressed in red. And next to him, with a bloody apron, is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with the labels of the conference, whose reference here is Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's like all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look better, this is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied to these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got chaos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this ideology. And he was holding onto a bag, which as you can see, read number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this refers to is the 30 pieces of gold Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying of the betrayal theme that goes with the old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that number is. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive war. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Month. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe in the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who live in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria-Hungary, which once this massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, would be ruled by admiral authority. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from remnants of much Western Hungarian thought. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands of Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries, or reborn countries, and want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created. Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, as we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves in the Soviet Union. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the users of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just think it was a spring revolution. And it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more to that story in Petrograd, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy it really was. The city called Petrograd reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg. They felt that sounded too German. Like Berg is a German suffix in city, so the city of the so they wanted to have a Russian. So they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. They have to occur on Monday, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very day that they commemorate to this day in the former Soviet regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. It's not really that close. What's important for us, there was a huge march and protest that was specifically clamoring the government to do something about the tremendous shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling us to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, imagine you're going up against an enemy, and you can't fire. You have to actually use your bayonet. You can't get really close to them. Then they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. They took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is the Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy. It's run by this individual, Alexander Nevsky, and they call themselves the provisional government. And the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russia. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the Hail of Settlement. Here you can see a map Hail of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish learning, education, you name it, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to free themselves from the Hail of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residents. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of Jews. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up doing the whole thing to his knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers as well? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine these efforts. The genius behind all of this was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October and November of 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tadeusz Zeman and Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility and the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat and put there usually a bag of money. And quite often, this particular example, quite often the capitalist is not so disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jew. The communists, however, were truly strong on minimizing anarchism at this time, especially in comparison to those like the White Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some anarchists in the next century. At any rate, over the course of 15, Lenin was able to really mobilize a network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by social ideology who wanted to over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and build a union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York a little bit before November of 1917. Now, just to give you the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians, those Russians who are very much against this new phenomenon, sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy, others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here, some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although it's not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international associated international. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels of the top whose reference here is the North Jed is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's like all of these people involved in the scene. And there's this interesting thing here. So if I zoom in here, so you can see it better. This is clearly Jewish with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied to these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pales. He's also got forelocks. He, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which I see has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm positive, but I think what this is referring to is 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back really, really old down to Spain. So not exactly sure, but I think that's what that's going to happen. Anyway, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what it's all about. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. We really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th. In particular, that Central Europe was moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany with the Baltic Sea coast. Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those people who lived in these three regions, the six nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I. And you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria-Hungary, which once was this massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, was a guy, Admiral Rothschild, and as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So he's really an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea. Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands of Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these two countries, or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of war. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet bubble. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to provide. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated in this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days, like in February we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, it referred to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff, story and lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy it was. The city called Petrograd, which means first city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 odd years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name as St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western Sector. It's actually a very important day that commemorates this day in the former Soviet Union and regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. It's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy, and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them, but they have machine guns, things like that, so it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested, they were assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. And they call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residents. Here, by the way, is another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers live in a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of the Jews. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? What about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilized force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which was really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tavares Lenin, Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You see various nobility, and the Russian clergy at the bottom, and you see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. They recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not this particular example, but quite often these capitalists, not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it's a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others were perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here, is some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red. And next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, of course, very Jew. Although it's not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless, he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there, representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with the labels on the top of them, whose reference here to Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look at it, you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payas. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the early pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like a overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really the Old Testament trust. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that's mentioned. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist. This will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what it's on. That's what I think. Hello and welcome to another Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century, speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, moving from the west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there are a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the First World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own country. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later and was a tremendous exaltation of Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then have Austria and Hungary, which once being a massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it was ruled by admiral authorities. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia has created some remnants of much of Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of war. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses. I'll spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created. Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves to be discrepancies. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the those lines. It's unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to provide. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated in this period. To make this simple as possible, the first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred here in 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution. And it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. It's more stuff, sorry, and lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it after a star. They renamed it Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, it was renamed back to its original name, St. Petersburg. This is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union, the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that, but it's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against the enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns, things like that. So it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was the Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist. The Russian Empire becomes sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. And they call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have mass elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he appointed Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activities, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. And they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residents. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of Jews. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up moving the whole thing down to its knees. Because pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? What about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the constituent assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be stopped constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich, shown here, who was really quite a destabilized force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November of 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Rothschild and his comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You see various nobility and the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew, usually just a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals, the White Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. So we'll go to that next week. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly, proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October. In Russia and, of course, in New York. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. But anyway, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here, some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red. And next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. We got Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, of course, a very prominent Jew. No, not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless, he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy that represented Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And around him with labels on the top of the reference here is Morgan is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's like all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I zoom in here so you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical physiognomy that's often applied in this kind of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got forelock surgery. He, like many communist Jews, had jettisoned Jewish identity in order to absorb an ideology. And he was holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas special to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlay here of the betrayal theme, and that's really early down to the not exactly sure, but I think that's what that's going to happen. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what it's happening. Thank you very much. doing that yet? I think I'm pretty sure it's a cheap one, so at least the one from the original format. Actually,
Right.
I did sport equipment too, what I need to do. So you can do that. Step by step. I don't think why you want to see it.
to this point. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire. One of the massive effects that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe in the 20th century. So this map is crucial. We really got to understand this map if we want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe is dominated by three large empires, moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties divided these three great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. So, for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a Austria-Hungary, which once were this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it ruled by Admiral Rothschild. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what do you do with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising these treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. West of those front lines, you have new countries created. Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves in the Soviet Union. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the users of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated in this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same population of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia days behind the West. There was a revolution really in Petrograd. It was more confusing, lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. That was Berg, a German suffix meaning city. So the city of so they wanted to have a Russian sound, so they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to do it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, like Lenin's city. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate this day in the Caucasus of Union in the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that, where you do something. So what's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonets, which means get close to them. But they have machine guns and things like that, so it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested, assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. And they call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to free themselves from the Pale of Settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of the Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the concentration of Jews. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tomatis Lenin and Comrade Lenin in the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You see various nobility and the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular area, but quite often, the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it's a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. We'll get to that next week. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local ideology wanted to take over the diplomat themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course, in November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this propaganda. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy, others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. But anyway, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who was shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who is discussing his classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, of course, very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless, he was widely perceived as part of the Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy, representing Russia, on the altar of the statue of Karl Marx, with the word international referring to the Socialist International. They're going to sacrifice Russia to communists. And arrayed around their labels at the top as the loose references, military genre with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's like all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal. And there's this interesting figure here. If you look how zoom it is, you can see it better. This is clearly a Zionist Jew with a stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied to this kind of ethnic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pale. He's also got forelock there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb and have his ideology. And he was holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme. It's really good as all that.
How are you?
Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that's saying.
What's up, big
Anyway,
Bigfoot Jones? How do you understand? That's good. Can you hear me? Bigfoot Jones.
in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what it's about. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Now. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of peoples who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the end of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You really got to understand this map. This does not make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that dominated by large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the regions. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those people who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans of Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors, disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once was a massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, was ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a daggering pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and I spent more time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have many countries here, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves in the Soviet Union. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the leaders of World War I who are unhappy with these treaties and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they existed. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind their calendar. And so if we look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say the revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff, story, lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 odd years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. It was no longer called St. Petersburg because they felt too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix in the city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that, but it's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually do your bayonet, which means get really close to them. But they have machine guns, things like that, so it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. And they call themselves the pro-government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. And they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residents. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of the Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of Jews located. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down. Because by pushing on all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they simply couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it couldn't be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's was shown here, who really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Rothschild and his comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire, various, the nobility and the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. Typically, there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually, it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York in November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers, and that Lenin, who's shown here, some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red. And next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, of course, a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless, he is widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there, representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with the labels of the top of whose reference to Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in the secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look at zoom in, you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also gone pale. He's also got forelocks there. He, like many communist Jews of that era, had just his Jewish identity really to absorb this ideology. And he's holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic texts. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number is. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region in be a massive civil war. That's what's happening. Thank you very much.
There he is. How you living, champ? All right, give me a second. Did you go to the gym? Hey, did you go to the gym? Did you go to the gym? Good. Are you still sore when you go to the gym nowadays? What was your answer to Doug? Okay, well, why didn't you answer my question? You still get sore after going to the gym. How many games in a row are you going to win? Sue, do you have an invitation? Are you done or are you just jerking yourself off raw? Oh, you fucked.
word is